Good morning. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it. Okay, first of all, I think we should start our timer so we can track our hours. Just gonna do this quickly. Okay, yeah, no, there wasn't. I didn't accidentally leave one of these timers going for 2 days. That is good. Yeah. Nice. Okay, let's see. What do we want to do? Okay, so I'm going to have to orientate myself a little bit here because I obviously skipped yesterday. Got some other work done though, which is good. I'm happy for myself because it was burdensome, and I'm happy that it's over with. Okay, let's just think about this. Okay, so we were just busy with these exchangeable rooms. I believe they are working in as far as you can select a room and you can so you can unlock a room, and then you can also unlock the furniture inside the room or buy the furniture inside the room. And the next thing, I think I was just busy with applying the effect. Yeah, apply room effects. That's correct. Okay, so we just need to go, finish writing that function, and then we should be done. You don't know who this chat is? Good morning, Damon. I actually don't know if it's morning for you. It might be a different time of day. What do you mean who this chat is? I don't even know what you're talking about. You mean the viewers? my A viewer right now, I think. Oh, it's afternoon. Are you from like Australia or someplace like that? Let's see how many viewers I have. I have a viewer. I think it's you. Anywho. Okay, let's just try and figure this out. Okay, so basically what we want to do is we want to just get this... How did I do this again? So I think normally I just did a little loop through the characters and then I just applied. Let's see, it should be, yeah, something like this. For each character in each slot. Yeah, I think it's actually exactly like this. Let's copy and paste that, so let's just see if that works here as well. I think it should. Most things are pretty much the same. So we get a character from our character list, and then for each character we check, does it have the slot that the room has? If it does, now there's only one slot in the room, so it's not like it's going to make a big difference. This is not really required because these rooms only have one slot. Yeah, they are added to the list. I think I add them to the list. I register the slot click, but I don't. Okay, then. So then I guess we just get rid of this instead. Yeah. That should be okay. Oh, wait a minute. This is not right. This is health regen specifically. Okay, that's bad. I think I needed this one instead. Yeah, we are upgrading the character. Yeah. I don't know why I copied that one. This is the one I need. So we need to get the game object, character data, and then upgrade some of the data. Can I see a link? Wait, no, where's a link? Did you share a link somewhere? Do you know how to use XUnit or Visual Studio.test? You can run chunks of code in the IDE and see data results. So it's like a it's the debugger or something like that, right? Basically for Visual Studio. I am not familiar with it, no. I haven't used it. Okay, but this should work. So we just get the character data, the specific stat we want to upgrade. We look at our furniture to see what stats it affects, and then we get the effect value. On the slot, get slot effect value. What does that do? Where is this coming from? Oh yeah, we just need to return that with the level. Okay. That is fine. So that could be all we need. Okay, wow. Yeah, I think using a debugger or some what do you call Visual Studio.test or something. Yes, I have so much things to learn. Every time you come into chat, you give me like 7 new things I need to go and look up. It's like the list is just never ending. Maybe one day I'll get there. I'll get there one day. I mean, if you think about it, what's now? It's June. I've only been doing this for 6 months, and I've been prioritizing. Like I did. Oh, you sent it this? Okay. GitHub. Let's see. Oh, this stuff. We were talking about this yesterday, right? These are all the MIC. Oh, I guess what I could do with this. This is actually cool. So if I stick this into my I can literally stick it into this. Let's see. I can add a new USS to this specific scene, or whatever you call this, and then I will have all the stuff available to basically change anything in Unity. Are these everything for the scroll bar, or is this like everything for everything Unity has? All their little thingies that they use. Their bolt-in thingies. It seems like it's everything. All the bolt-in. Should be able to download this whole thing, eh? Wow. I should be able to. Okay, but I should also just be able to do this, right? Go to UI. UI toolkit. No, where do I store my US? I think that's over here. Create. Style sheet. Unity base. What did you call this thing? Unity base element classes, right? And then we can open it up. Stick all this in here. And now, if I understand this correctly, if I go here and I say add existing USS, I should just be able to go grab that, right? And it will populate correctly. Ah, cool. Well, that's cool. Now, what happens now, since they are blank? Well, that mean... What's so funny? Are you laughing because I copied and pasted everything instead of just downloading the whole thing? Okay, so since they are blank, what I'm assuming is going to happen now is it's going to break it. Oh, they don't override anything. Okay, so only when I start putting stuff in there will it start breaking things. So I will still have my ugly scroll bars, eh? Let's see. Yeah, okay, I still have my ugly scroll bars. Nice. What do I want to do? I guess I wanted to try and use one of these things, but I forgot to... I should give myself more money so I can actually test this stuff. Well, let's play the game, it's fine. Let's just kill some of these lizard oaks, and then we can quickly buy one of those rooms. Ooh, that was weird. Okay, so all styles work with overriding. Did I get enough money? Oh my greatness, I didn't. Oh, for crying out loud. I should really just give myself infinite cash so that I can test these things, shouldn't I? Hey, an item. Okie dokie. That should be enough now. Do I have a GetUp account? Not really, no. I had one back in the day that I used, I don't know, 10 years ago or something, when I started to get into coding a little bit. I'm currently using, so since I'm predominantly working in Unity, right, I use Unity's version control. And not GitHub. Okay, but let's see. Okay, so the smithy, for instance, if I unlock the smithy now, so the smithy should increase the damage. So if I put the duck in this thing, oh wait, I need to unlock this first. Okay, yeah, that's right. So let's see, if I take the duck and I stick him in here, the Unity version control that I'm currently using is also free. I think it's free up to some point, right? It's free with limits, I guess, as well, right? Same as GitHub. And I'm very, very far away from reaching the limits. I think they start charging you, well, yeah, okay, Unity will start charging you eventually, but you first need to make some money. I also didn't really know how GitHub would handle a lot of the assets and things like that we have in, or that you use in Unity, obviously. So I was a bit wary of just using GitHub. Also, my wife uses Unity as well, right? She's helping me with some of the aspects of the game. She does more of the artsy stuff, right? So she does the character design. Well, character art, I would say. She does the character art, and then she's also started to help me with the levels and things. So Unity version control for us works better because it's more simple to use, I would say. Like you just go here, you click check in with a comment, and it just works. And then she can get everything I do, and I can get everything she does. I know that's the idea with GitHub as well. But yeah, it also keeps track of everything we've changed in the scenes and the hierarchies over here, and the whole structure of the. It's probably possible with GitHub. But yeah, I don't know how it would work though. Okay, Okay, so this guy has 10 damage. So let's see. Theoretically, the smithy, I think, currently increases damage over time. If I'm not mistaken. Let's just play a little bit more. So 45 seconds. I'm not sure how I balance the smithy, right? It might be completely broken. It is probably completely broken, let's be honest, but let's just check if it works. I'm also just going to give myself more money, I think. Got it. Okay, so let's see. He's got 14.4 damage now. Okay. So I guess the way the smithy was balanced right now is 0.1 damage per second, and that was a 45-second round, which means 4.4 damage. The last second, it doesn't count that one. So that's normally why it loses 1 tick of upgrade. Okay, but it is working, right? And we didn't get any funny errors or anything like that, so everything should be fine. Okay. Let's see if we can make this look better with that new USS or that massive style sheet you sent me. Let's go check. Okay, so what do you say here? Unity scroller, something, 3 classes, okay. Okay. Okay, let's go look at the scroll view. Okay, so we have the scroller. So we have a scroller vertical, scroll view, vertical scroller. Yes, like it. I don't know which. What is what here? Wait, why do I have so many scrollers here? Oh, there's a horizontal and a vertical scroller. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna use the horizontal scroller. Okay, but they should all change together. Okay, but let's see which. Oh my word. Okay. Okay, so the scroller has these buttons and a slider. Okay, so I guess. Okay, so we have this Unity scroller high button. Let's see if we can find that one. Okay, here we go. Unity scroller high button, for instance. I should really... Okay, I'm just gonna stick this thing in here. I'll get rid of this scroller. But for now, I'm just gonna put it in there so I can see how they change, because I'm not exactly sure what high button even is. Okay, now I see. Okay, so it's those two. Okay, the scroller is the whole thing. Okay, now it actually highlights. Okay, that's nice. Now I can actually see what the hell I'm trying to do here. Okay, good. So what exactly do we want to do with these buttons, though? How are they currently set up? Do they have just some texture? Okay, so they have a background image texture. Okay, so that might be something we want to change. Maybe we would just want to take away the border or the background. Yeah, let's just try that. So let's just see what happens if I say border, nothing. Okay, so we just take away that. And let's take away the background. Okay, so that's what it will look like if I did that. Okay, now the only Yeah, okay. So I'm just fooling around for the moment. I just want to see what looks good, actually. Okay, so the slider. What exactly is the slider now doing? So I guess it's that little block over there, isn't it? Let's see. I change the color. Yeah, okay. I have no idea what the slider is. Okay, so we need to open the slider, then there's a visual element. Oh, there's a drag container, a tracker. Okay, and the dragger. Okay, I see. So we have a tracker, a drag container. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the Unity slider itself doesn't change anything. We need to change the stuff inside of this. Oh, damn. This is annoying, actually. Okay, but if I get it, it should be fine. Okay, so we have the tracker. So we need to go Unity-tracker. TTT. Oh no. Oh wait, we should look at what it has over here. Unity base slider underscore tracker. Okay. Obviously that now has to be called something else. So let's see. Okay. So the tracker, which is the top level one. Again, I have no idea what I'm gonna do now, but let's just do something like get rid of the border. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, now let's see the border or the dragger. This one is just called Unity base slider dragger. Okay. Okay, so let's say we want this thing to have a radius, right? We don't want it to be just a block like that. So let's give it a radius. Yeah, no, definitely. Actually having them here makes it much better. But there is a lot of them, though. But I guess it makes sense, right? Because there's a lot of elements in one of these little scroll bars. Okay, so let's see if I can make it look good now. So that already, I like the fact that it's just rounded. The color, I don't even have a color palette, to be honest with you. So most of my color is just horrible. Anyway. Okay, let's just try and make it less... I don't know, less ugly. less white block. Okay, this thing... Okay, so let's see. If I give it a border, what does that look like? What does that come out as? Nothing. Okay, so we need to do... Okay. If I give it a color, what is it that start looking like? Okay, so that's the fill. I see. Okay, what if we made it white, but we just set the alpha to like 50, and we gave it a radius of 5. Something like that. Looks a little bit less. I actually want to get rid of the buttons at the side. These. Is that maybe a bad idea? Okay, but anyway, there's this drag a border one as well. It is called Unity Base Slider Drag a Border. Okay, now that makes sense. What do you look like? Okay, so I'm assuming I need to specifically change the border. So let's, for instance, make it white. Okay, that doesn't seem to change anything. Maybe it does change something when I'm actually using it, but right now it doesn't change anything. I wish you could just double click this or something, and it goes to the USS, or the selector over here. Base slider, dragger. Okay, so let's just give this thing padding to the tracker. I mean, I can. Shall we just make this thing black? The tracker? Okay, what does padding do for the tracker though? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing what I thought I would see. That's actually a very good idea. I think I should maybe steal that idea. So yeah, if one main like USS with just a million selectors, and that'll control all the like button shapes, colors, and things like that. The default stuff. And then at least the look of your UI is consistent throughout the game. Yeah, that's probably very good. Passes Fook. Yeah, but that's clever. I should actually... Ugh. To be honest with you, I'm super over the UI for now. I think I need to start... I need to work on something else a little bit. Just so I can recharge, and then I can come back to UI. Because damn, UI is such a... It's a bit of a drag, I'm not going to lie. It seems like it's just never ending. Okay, we never changed the high button. Or the low button. We changed the high button. Unity scroller. Yeah, why are these not the same? Or can I just go Unity repeat button? Maybe that's a bad idea. Oh, wait, I could just do... I could just open up this USS. What the hell? So this thing should have started to change, right? Oh, my word. Because we added a bunch of overrides now. Did I not save it yet? Probably should save it. And then I should see some changing here. Somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Here's the slider. High button. I could just take all this. Put it in the low button. Ew, 90% of game dev. Crying out loud. You're telling me I'm gonna be sitting here doing flippin' UI for the next 4 months, basically. If yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie. It's very unfortunate. Okay, but now if I save this and I go in here, now it should look like that. Okay, I'm not entirely sure this is what I want. Let's go look for this high button. Can I not? I can't really get rid of it unless I just squash it. So padding doesn't do it for me. Margin doesn't do it either. Oh wait, I should just be able to hide them, right? If I just do display none, then it's gone. Okay, well why does the other thing not? So now I need to go get the container. So this is the scroller itself. So Unity scroller, and I need to tell it. What do I need to tell it? No. The slider. I need to tell the slider it's allowed to grow. Maybe. I think. Let's see. So Unity scroller slider. Let's see what the slider does. So currently it doesn't grow. If I make it grow, that might actually just break something, to be honest. Oh, there's a... Okay, I see now. I see the margin. Oh no. Okay, let's undo a couple of times. Something just broke. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see it. But okay, so I go to the slider. And you're saying if I take out... Yeah, which one is it? I think it's margin, right? Yeah, margin is orange. So if I just set this to 0, it grows. Ah, nice. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's more subtle, right? As far as a scroll goes. Okay, now I don't actually want the scroller here. So if we just tell the scroller to go away so that I can Okay. What? Leave me alone. Am I a front-end dev now? Fantastic. Ah, that looks way better, right? I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but it is an improvement. I don't really like what I'm seeing, honestly, but yeah, it's not great. How the hell do I fix that now? I think I need padding or something, right? Oh yes. Yeah, because I don't like how the little thing goes all the way to the top, and there needs to be a small gap there. Oh, but this should mean that these scrollers are also now looking different. Yeah. Okay. Well, that is an improvement, I think. It's less it's less rough. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it's way better than vanilla. I mean, it's not perfect, right? But I yes, like you're saying, I have the power now. Oh wait, I could the UI. You could change UI while running, right? I believe it's not like you can change USS. I remember somebody doing that. I can't remember where I saw that. Some video probably. Okay. So let's see. We bring the scroller back. So what I think I want to, in the slider, I want to add some padding on the top and the bottom, like 3 pixels, right? No, that's not what I wanted. I want this little guy inside of the scroller, that little element, to not be able to go all the way. I guess it's maybe the drag container or something. I don't know. Well, I could just give the dragger a bit of... I think it is padding. Padding is the thing I'm looking for. You might need to do some class-to-class pointing. Oh my. That sounds terrible. Why would I want... That sounds like the opposite of what I want to do. Unity base slider. Okay, so let's just go to Unity base slider. Unity base slider dragger. So if I gave this thing a little bit of margin at the top and the bottom, 6, it'll make it a little bit larger. Well, the part you can see at least. Maybe it doesn't need to be 6. Let's try 3 pixels. Yeah, this is now unnecessarily finicky. Okay, so if I change only the USS, I should be able to... Oh, geez. Okay, I completely misunderstood where that margin was gonna go. Okay. It's on the wrong side. Okay, I see. Okay, so let's check. So if I go in here, and I go back to the dragger, I make this 0. Will it... no. And we go back to game view. Does it update? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. So let's do that then. Okay, so I actually want the margin Wait. Oh, yes, I put the margin on the left and the right because I was looking at the... Okay. I am dumb sometimes. I want it at the top and the bottom. That's better. It only worked on the one side though. So when you go all the way to the top, it works. If you go all the way to the bottom, it seems to still just stick itself right in there. Why? Why you have to be like this? Whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna need to be right. I need to... I saw that. Let's check something here on this scroll view. So I know this thing has... vertical scroll container. Okay, this is still just a base dragger, yeah. And then this one would also just be a base dragger, right? Yeah, but somewhere along the line it knows... view data key. Here it says it's a horizontal scroller, which means it's got this horizontal scroller thing. You sent me something? Ooh. I'm sure GetUp has a dark mode, doesn't it? Yes. I mean, this does not seem like dark mode GitHub. What is this? Is this just your default style that you use? Oh, geez. Is this your whole... Is this your GitHub? Or oh, okay. It's just your UI and toolkit stuff. Okay. Some default styling. Is this just a dark style? So this is the one you use as the default for everything, and then you go from there. What does this root do? Oh, it's this colon root thing. Is that when you do... I know this thing tells you that. It's this, like the hovering... What do you call that? Because that's the only other place I've seen this colon thing. Uh... 674 to 900. Okay. It's so bright. 674. Oh, is this what you mean by the USS referencing or something? What did you call that? Is this what that means? That little arrow thing. Unity.scroller. Oh, it looks for a child, I guess, right? So it is the high button, but it's only the high button when it's inside of an element that has a class Unity scroller vertical. Class to class pointers. Oh, okay. So if I understand this correctly, it'll apply this class only if it is an element that has it is a child of an element that has this class added to it. Okay. Let's steal all this code. What do you mean to 900? There's no line 900. Hey, this guy, how's it going? I'm stealing some code online. Did you disappear yesterday? I wasn't here yesterday. Oh, was it the funeral today for your work friend or colleague? Ah, sorry, man. That's never fun. You know what I'm gonna do? Just gonna create a new USS here because Daemon USS. Was it at least a good send off? Yes, talk about funerals. Okay, so funerals generally are not good, right? But you can get a bad funeral. Yeah, I'm stealing some code from a guy on YouTube. Damon is in the YouTube chat helping me to do front-end dev, and he's sending me links to his GitHub, and I'm copying all his USS. Wait, are you saying it won't work, Damon? Why not? Okay, let's see. What is gonna break? These are just the Unity ones, right? You're saying your variables are not... Anyway, let me tell you a story. So we had a death in the family recently. It was... somebody's gran, when she was like almost 90 or something. But anyway, so this is what a bad funeral feels like. I mean, a funeral is typically like 2 hours maybe. But what happened was when they were digging the grave, they accidentally dug up the wrong grave. So when they got to the what do you call... I don't know the English word now for the place where you bury people. The graveyard, yeah. When they got to the graveyard, so they had the church service, and then they went to the graveyard to, say their last goodbye. So Normally you have the casket carriers, and they take them over to the grave, and then they realize that this is not the correct grave. They dug up the wrong site. Or, I don't know, maybe it was, whatever, but they dug up the wrong site, so they had to sit around and wait for the staff that work at the graveyard to quickly come and dig up the correct grave, which then took it another. So the whole funeral. So then you had all these people, just standing around for like 2 hours waiting for the grave to be dug, so that they could, that was not a good one. I think, as far as funerals go, that's definitely not a good way of going about it. Okay, I'm just gonna go put this in my code now and see what breaks. It's only USS, right? Can't break that badly. Okay, what? Add existing. Should we go here? No, it's not where we go at all. So what did this just do? What has happened? It definitely did something. Where's my scroller? Okay, let's just see. I might have hidden it. What? Oh wait, maybe I should stop the game quickly. Let's just save. Play again. Oh, I see. Okay, so the scroller has now disappeared. Interesting. Well, no, actually, it is there. Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's nice and minimalistic. Right, I don't know if that's the intended way. Should it look like that? Is that what it's supposed to look like? I actually don't know. It's not showing there, obviously, because the background is black. You can't see black on black. Any var something lines. Okay. Let's see. Find. var. Okay. I see. Okay, so we'll just delete these ones. Okay, let's... Ah, that was all. That was it. That was all the var something lines. So the rest are just normal, straightforward USS. Well, it seems... Oh, okay, something broke. It actually broke. I need to run it again. Let's see. Okay, so we're not going to be able to see anything there, I don't think. Yeah, that's nice. That's way better. I actually have to do so many other things. There are so many UI things that I need to fix still. It's such a drag. Such a drag. Okay, maybe we can make some of this stuff look better. I also still need a bunch of pictures. My wife's slacking. I need her to give me all the info that I need. All the pictures I need for my UI elements. Right? So when you unlock the gym parts, it's not... Okay, the treadmill's nice, but some of these are obviously not correct. It is a nice scroller, hey? Thanks. Hey, Sun Wukong. How's it going, man? Okay. Okay, so this room shop overlay thing, it doesn't even have USS attached to it. I just made it black. Oh, you know what? I did this the bad way. These overlays are... Is it normal for your... For there to be so many style sheets attached to one piece of your UI? One screen? You confused? About what? This nonsense. I am too, don't worry. You are not alone. I am also confused. Okay. Let's see if we can't... so we need our... So wait. My Unity base element classes, I think I'll keep that. I'll keep this one because it makes my nice scroll bars. Let's see. Yeah, man, you're too clever. Yeah, I think I need to spend like a day just deciding what the color palette actually is gonna be. Because currently the only reasoning I have for any colors that I add is just I need to see the thing against the background. So I make it a color. That's literally all of it. Where's this shop button? Yeah, like this thing is just a Unity button. I could actually... I could do this, right? Dot menu. Yeah. Okay, so that does work. It just breaks it. Okay, interesting. What are you saying, Sun Wukong? You just had a friend test your game with a controller. Some Xbox controller. So the menus work, but you can't control the paddle within the game. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Controller support is a black hole. I don't know anything about that, unfortunately. All I know is that apparently, according to Unity, this Unity input actions, right? This thing should pretty much work for everything. That's all I know. I don't know if there's like maybe it's move. Like obviously I have the WASD, WASD for movement and keyboard. But I guess I haven't used this for a while. I guess you'll add bindings here. I don't know if you need to add more bindings. Oh geez, does this thing not know about... Yeah, it's like gamepad, joystick. And then we need... Oh geez, I have no idea how this even works. Don't listen. I haven't done this in a while. Wait. So we can add an action, so these are actions, and then we need to add a binding to an action, right? This is like the first thing I think I set up when I started making the game, and I promptly forgot what the hell I even did. It's been so long. That's like 6 months ago. What? Okay. Oh wait, yeah, you're making your game in Python. I remember now. It's the Pong game, right? Yeah, no, you said that. So everything I just did doesn't help you at all. I do not have a controller, unfortunately. I only have a keyboard. So I'm not a good tester. Okay. Let's see something. I want to check what this guy, what Damon does over here. Okay, so you have this root and you set all your colors. So this is like your default template, but you set this to a variable dark top border. Does this mean you can easily access this if it's declared like that? Let me actually zoom in a little bit because it's probably difficult to see. So dark top border variable, if you declare it like that, would that mean that you are able to access this in or from a script, a C# script to set the colors? This exposes it somehow. Scroll down. Oh, wait. Wait, where do you use the variables? Okay, you define the variables. Okay, so maybe that's what I'm misunderstanding here. You're defining this color. So dark border color top. You're defining this as that. And dark top border, let's see, dark top border, you set that over there. Okay, yeah, okay, I understand now. So you set it once here, so you set dark top border to this color. And then you just do this color, instead of just repeating that, you just reference back to that. Is that what that does? Okay. So then anywhere you want to use the same color, you just reference it like that. Okay, instead of just copying this RGB value every single time you want that color, you just reference a variable that you've set. Ah, that's so much better. Okay. That's actually very nice. I should definitely... Well, first of all, I should decide what my color palette should be. I guess. And then I should set up something like this, because this is way better. So anything down here has access to this via this variable. Well, it is all a variable, right? And then you can go down, I can now go see. So here, for instance, you have a background color, input background color. That's actually way more clever. And then if I just go back up, I will see input background color as something. Yeah. That's actually so nice. Okay, so if you do the USS, the USS, it's not CSS, right? It's USS. If you do it like this, it's actually way better. Oh man, I have so much work to do still. Okay, yeah. And you have a progress bar, and you can just be like, yo, progress bar, just use my colors, please. And you move on. Nah, this is clever. Yeah, so you can do this, and then along with this, this is the style pointer thing that you were talking about. Class to class pointers. So this would mean that, I think I understand this one correctly, right? So you have a high button, but it will apply this if the high button is inside a vertical scroller. And if the high button is part of a horizontal scroller, it'll apply this instead. Which basically you just swap around the width and the height. And maybe you do something with the borders that's different. Not really. And the colors and everything else is basically the same, yeah. That's actually very... I'm learning so much. I'm learning so much in flippin' light mode. Let's get out of there. Okay. Okay, for some reason, why is this thing... Hello? Why can't I change the size of this stuff? What happened to my... UI builder? Now I can. Okay, it was a bit funny. Okay, but the rooms and stuff, they basically work now. So, you think I'm becoming a pro front-end dev overnight? Oh, man. Okay, so let's see. What else is ugly? Let's see if we can beautify our styles a little bit. So, the next ugly thing I notice... Okay, wait a minute. First of all, there was a problem with my shop, the scroll view. I think there's something in here other than the elements that should be in there. Yeah, there's an empty slot. That's why there's always a blank space. Go away, empty slot. I think I added this empty slot to all of them. For some reason. These slots should only be added by code. Okay. Now that'll at least be better. We can make this button look better, I guess. Does it have... So it's using these basic ones. I might just want to add a new style sheet, to be honest. Now I know I've been in web dev once before. I made a little website back in the day. It is a horrible mess, I know. No, it is like, it almost feels like 90% of the work I did for that website was also on the front end. Like getting the database hooked up, and I think I used MySQL or MySQL or MySQL. I don't know how you pronounce it. That was like 2 minutes, and then setting up the whole back end was like half an hour, and then I spent the rest of the 3 months I worked on that website just doing front end, making all the things nice and spaced, and it still looks horrible, but that's kind of how it went. But yes, I forgot so much of that stuff. I forget more than I remember, it seems. Or there's just really a lot of stuff to remember. Okay, so we have, you know what? So if I do this dot unlock room button, right? So if I did that and I just clicked enter. So now it's got an unlock room button added to it. And then I double clicked on that, which did something. Okay, so it added it to the character level up style sheet, which I don't actually know if I wanted it there. I should really fix my style sheets. Okay, but anyway, we can add let's make this one now active. I don't know if that's maybe the problem, or maybe it's... who knows? Who knows? Okay, but now if I double click on this, it should go to that. Yeah. Look at me doing this the good old-fashioned dumb way. Anyway, let's continue this. So if I wanted to change this thing's background, I can. Ooh, that kind of looks nice, doesn't it? Now let's go with that. And let's give it a border, which is nice and white. There we go. Look at how minimalistic my buttons look. That's amazing. Let's make the width 2 pixels. Ooh. That looks even better. Look at my black and white high contrast styles. But maybe, well, we could stick in a texture, can't we? Let's see, gradient, I think. What does that look like? Oh, that looks amazing. Maybe not. Well, this is, I think I've seen buttons that look like this in somewhere in my life before. I mean, it's... right? That looks like a button I've seen. Now, if I tint this image black... yeah, okay, it goes away. Obviously. So we can tint it... ooh. Let's give it a just a white tint that's a little bit less... that doesn't look too bad. Now my other unlock buttons look like... well, terrible to say the least. Okay, so I should be able to, if I go into the slot, let's see which... okay, so this button has a shop button. Okay. That should be this. No, wait, where is the slot button? Is it this one? Yeah. It is this one. Let's give it a texture as well. Which gradient did I just use? Is it gradient 2? Crying out loud. It's the unlock room button. What the hell? Oh, it moved. Oh, it's gradient 4. Oh my word. What the hell is happening here? Okay. This is kind of annoying, I'm not even gonna lie. Why did it just jump into a different style sheet? Why can this just happen? Now I don't know where it is now. Okay, but anyway, it's gradient 4. Hey, cheers, Damon. Have a good evening, right? Yes. I need to update Unity. Oh, is this a UI builder bug? Ah, for crying out loud. What version of Unity am I in? 624F1. Oh yeah, I'm in 6.0.24. I need to go to 6000.1. It shouldn't break my project, should it? That should be a safe upgrade to make. I know people tend to stay in versions for the games they make. Well, that's at least what I've noticed. Here and there. They kind of just start in a version and they stay in a version until the game's launched. They don't jump to higher versions necessarily because it might break something. But hey, if it fixes a bug, maybe it's worth it. Okay, so this is in my room slot style. Shop button. Okay, so let's go get gradient 4. Okay, and then we give it a... do we even need a background color? I don't think so. We give it a tint. Off-white. Okay, I see now what this does. Maybe we do need a background color. Ah, look how poppy this button looks now. That's way better. Ah, these gradients are great. Okay, maybe not the... You can keep your black border. You know what, actually, maybe we just get rid of the border. Oh, does that look good for a button? Do buttons need borders? I don't know. Okay. So they're making frequent updates to UI toolkit stuff specifically, I guess, with these updates. Okay, I'll look into it. Thanks. I'll go have a look. Maybe there's something worth my while. Now I don't know. Is it better to have a border or not? Maybe if this room wasn't so black. Right. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe this overlay is just too black. Maybe I should make this color. Maybe it should get a texture. You have a tool that can print PNG gradient photos. Cool, man. Cheers. Have a good evening. Thanks for the help, eh? I appreciate that. Ooh. Okay, let's just look for gradient. Like, I'm not trying to make at the moment, so one day I'll decide on a style and then I'll actually make the stuff according to the style. But right now, all I'm kind of just doing is I'm playing with stuff, seeing what it looks like, figuring things out. Okay, maybe we should add a style here as well. So dot unlock room overlay. Okay, then we add it. It adds it to the top one, obviously. Yeah, well, let's see. So we have this overlay. Hey. Okay, now I should edit this instead, right? So if I go here, changing the background color doesn't do anything. Okay, let's just do that. Let's unset everything. And now, since we have a unlock room overlay, I should be able to now go and edit everything here. So first of all, this should be absolute. And it should go to all the sides like that. Okay. And then... okay, what else do we have here? Select a room to unlock. Then we have the scroll view. And we have the button. What is this? Oh, that's just my test scroller thing. Okay, you know, you can go away. Okay, but that looks okay, I guess. Yeah, let's just give it a bit of a radius on the border again. Why is this text overlapping there? I guess the font is too big. So if I go to size and I change that, it only changed the unlock button. Okay. So that means that label kind of wants to do its own thing. Yeah. Okay, what if I unset that? Now it would be the same as the... Okay, let's try. So if I unset all of that, and I now have my room overlay, I make this 20. Yeah, everything goes back to the smaller text size. Okay. That could look okay. I don't know how it's gonna look inside. Okay, let's just check here. So our button now. I don't know, I feel like the text here is a little bit too big as well. Yeah, I mean 16 looks way better. Okay, let's try this. You want to see what it looks like? I don't know if I messed with the scroller. I might have. So let's just see what if it comes back to look like anything. Okay, so it can't scroll anymore. I mean, that looks bad. Wow, the colors are terrible. Okay. As soon as you click on one, though, that does help a little bit. So, okay, this unlock. I think I like this text size better. Okay, so the gray. I mean, I'm not a fan of the gray, to be honest. What do they call it? A millennial gray. My wife thought that was very funny when I told her about millennial grey. Because she accidentally, inadvertently made all the furniture and walls and everything in our house a shade of grey. She is the meme. Okay. Okay, so now the scroll view. I mean, it's fine. It just like the colors are harsh. Can't look at any of this. Okay. There was something specifically I wanted to do. Oh, I wanted to give myself more money to start with so I can actually try and buy stuff and see what happens. Okay, let's go to our player. Coin manager, starting coins. 5,000. There we go. Yeah, I just wanted to unlock some of the rooms to see what it looks like after they are unlocked. Okay, let's see. So, Yoga Studio, unlock. Okay. Massage clinic. Damn. Okay, so something like that. Now, these can be changed. Like, I think what we actually want to do eventually is have a nice background image. And not just, you know, some neon color. But a proper background image, and even for the labels here. But yeah, that's some other kind of work. Okay, but now at least, okay, so we have 3 rooms, so let's go. So if we do this, our scroller still looks fine, so I didn't break it there. Might have broken it there, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's see, if I put you, okay, no, we need to unlock the first level of each of these rooms. The furniture at least. So if I put him there, put her there, put him there. I can't remember what these rooms do. I think I should also make it so that when you hover over any one of the slots, I guess, the slot, yeah. When you hover over any of the slots, it should tell you what it's going to do. right? So the massage clinic. What does that do? I think it increases your luck or something weird like that. Yoga studio increases dodge chance. Smithy increases damage. Right, so let's see. So in the next 30 seconds, all those stats should increase. Die. Pop. Pop and all the monies fall out. Okay, you got a bunch of stats. So you got dodge chance, 30%. Okay, that's maybe too strong, right? You just have to spend like a minute and a half inside the yoga studio and you get 100% dodge chance. So that's bad. Okay, but that's good. Okay, so you got luck. Yeah, 30% more luck. I see. And you got more damage. So all of these rooms are incredibly powerful at the moment. It seems like. Especially the yoga dodge. Like, that is not a good amount of dodge to get that quickly. Yeah, no. Let's put the robin in the smithy and the duck in the massage clinic. And let's play another round. So this is 45 seconds. Now, this is definitely going to be broken. Oh, wait, I could have upgraded those. So I don't want to make this level go any faster, so I'm not going to hit the big totem. I'll just do the survival thing. Queens! Okay, so let's see actually. So the duck should now also have gotten some. Okay, so let's see. So 74% dodge chance. So another 30 seconds. He's going to be unhittable. Yeah, that is completely busted. And you know what? We can go to the shop and we can upgrade all of these to level 2. Let's see what happens. This is the broken game. I do like the idea that you can get damage now from somewhere else. I do believe it's too strong, right? It's way too much stats. It's so satisfying when these guys die and you just see like all the coins pop out. Get destroyed! That was a lot of money. Okay, so this guy over here, the chicken, now has 160% dodge chance. That is entirely broken. So I'm pretty sure he's indestructible now, hey? Yes. He is completely indestructible. Nothing can hit him. Okay, so that was a mistake. Okay, so these rooms need to be way tuned down. That is completely unnecessary. But they work. That's the good part. Let's actually add a few more rooms. I just want to see if the scroller still looks like anything there. So, okay, whatever. Let's just add a couple more. Okay, so the next thing, I just want to check what this looks like. And then the next thing I want to tackle is actually the... Okay, yeah, the scroll bar looks nice. That's good. Okay, cool. So the coloring and like the actual looks will have to be amended, definitely. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking now going forward. So the way I want the player to interact with this system is something like the following. He should be able to put a character in one of these rooms, right? But he should only be able to stay in the room for some amount of time. So here's the idea. So let's say you can put somebody in the room for 30 seconds at a time. Okay? So 30 seconds, just a random number, right? 30 seconds. And you can then choose where they go after that 30 seconds. Right? So so we can either do, okay, so let's get out our pen and paper and think about this mechanic, how we want to make this work, right? So let's imagine you take a character. Okay, so you have a room. So this is kind of how I want to think about it. You have, in between levels, you've got, well, during a level, let's say, you have distinct time slots. Right? And because I want to make these rooms good, but I also want to not make them entirely broken, right? If that makes sense. So here's what I'm thinking. So let's say you have your characters, right? And this is like, these time slots are, I don't know, let's call them 15-second time slots, right? Okay, so each of these are 15 seconds. And I don't know how many there are. I don't know how long they are, right? But here's the idea. You got, let's say, a room. Or let's make the room squares. Right, so you have... Now, obviously, this is not how the rooms are laid out. But let's say you have 4 rooms, right, in each of these time slots. I could have done this way better, but anyway, I am not some kind of a paint pro. Okay, but there's your 4 rooms, right? Now let's, for argument's sake, say you have 2 characters. So we got the and let's say you put a character there and you put a character there. Right, so this is like the first 15-second increment. So one character is obviously going to go and fight, and he needs to fight for the entire length of the wave. But the other characters need to be put into slots, right? And I want to make it so that they are so you kind of have to queue a bunch of commands, right? Or whatever you want to call it. So what that means is I tell this character to, you start in the first slot, I put him in the slot I want him. But then I want to be able to maybe go to different phases. So what I'm thinking is maybe the shop, yes, like this is going to be interesting. So I'm not entirely sure how exactly I want to show this programmatically, but imagine this. So you put him there, and then you can go to second phase, right? And then you can take the character and put him in a new slot based on a few things. So the first thing I think should happen is that slots should kind of become unavailable potentially after use. So they have like a recharge time. So if you think about this, so let's say you put him on the observation deck for 15 seconds, right? So the first 15 seconds. Then that slot is actually now not available for the second 15-second increment. So you need to move this guy somewhere else. Like, so you take him and you tell him, okay, you're going to go there, right? And you take this guy over there. Then these will refresh so they can go back, and these ones will be crossed out. I won't take you anywhere. Don't worry. You can stay home. I understand. I also just want to stay home sometimes. Most times, actually. So I don't know if this is going to be something that is good. It's going to be something that's going to take quite a bit of figuring out. So essentially, every 15 seconds, they have to move on to a different activity. It doesn't have to be 15 seconds. It can be 30 seconds or whatever the time, whatever it may be. But they have to move on to another activity because the piece of equipment they were in is now unavailable, right? You could also go to another level of this and say something like the character itself might be fatigued or something like that. Right, so you can have two mechanics going on here. You can say that the slot becomes unavailable for any character to use for some amount of time, maybe 2 increments or one of these 15-second increments. You could also say that the character is fatigued and cannot use that kind of slot for 1 or 2 time blocks. Right? And the reason I want to do this is because it feels like there's already quite a few blocks available here, right? If you just look at this, you can potentially already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you have 10 potential positions for you to put 3 characters. I mean, what's going to happen there? You're just going to have, like, either I make them super expensive so you can't actually afford them, so you don't have 10, you only have like 3 at a time, or I give them a cooldown so that after some amount of time you need to go out of the gym, so that you can't just keep them in the gym for like 20 minutes straight and they have like some ridiculous amount of whatever stat, right? So I could make it so that you are fatigued and you can't go back to the gym until you've rested for 2 slots, right? And rest could be, you know, sitting down on a chair, going to a massage clinic, something like that, right? Doing something else to restore your character's, I don't know, stamina, whatever you want to call it, right? So that could be something we do. That's a bit of a complicated thing to build, though. But technically, it's possible, I guess. So it could either be linked to the character or to the slot itself. So if we link it to the slot itself, how would that make sense? So you could say that the slot recharges. Which doesn't make a lot of sense thematically. Like, why does the chair need to recharge, for instance? That doesn't make sense, really. But also, why does your character need to go do something else after you sat in the chair for 15 seconds? I understand the weights section and the gym and stuff like that. Thematically, that makes sense. It doesn't have to make sense thematically either. I could just make it that way, and then it's like tough shit. That's how it works. You can't keep a character in a slot for longer than, whatever. Oh, this is quite a conundrum. Quite a conundrum. How the hell am I going to do this? It's interesting. Also, okay, so 2 questions. How am I going to do this? And do I need to do this? So I kind of like the idea of moving the characters around and not being able to maybe keep them in a slot for 2 segments after one another. That idea feels kind of good. And then maybe we can just make the slots have to recharge after use. For now, we could try and figure out that system. So the first thing I need to figure out is how do I actually make this happen in UI? So one way I can think of to try and make this happen in the UI itself is maybe just having phases. So imagine over here where we have all this space. Imagine we have 3 phases, right? And it's just a button. And depending on which button you click, you are setting that phase, right? So if you start with phase 1 and you set phase 1. So basically you take your characters and you put them where you want them to be, right? If you click phase 2, it'll kind of overlay the phase 2 UI, which means you have to put your characters in. You basically just drag them into a new slot, and then phase 3 you drag them into a new slot as well. But we need to do quite a bit of stuff in the background, right? So we need to not only enable this overlaying of the UI for the different phases, but we should also check whether or not that slot is still available during that phase. So we should also make sure that no 2 characters are in the same slot. Well, that could kind of work out because we already do that type of thing. This is gonna break my brain for a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. My brain might be a little broken now for a bit. Let's go, brain. Let's try and figure this out. Okay. So, we need phases, right? Or stages. I don't know what to call them. Time blocks, maybe. Sprints. Let's maybe go with time block. So we will have time block 1, 2, and 3, just to start off with. Now then, if I implement the system, maybe it would also be kind of cool if you as the player have a way of... It's kind of like a schedule, if you think about it. That's what we're kind of doing here. But if there's a possibility for you to increase the amount of slots, so the amount of schedules that you have, or maybe to increase the duration of any one of those time blocks, maybe that's another thing we could do. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if we could do that. Also, in terms of UI, we can have it just be buttons, or we can have it be something a little bit more complicated, like a drop-down list or something, and you can just drop down, get time block 1, time block 2, time block 3, etc. Okay. And essentially, this visual element over here kind of has everything we need, right? This is the visual element with all of our rooms, right? So I could rename this to room holder, like time block 1, for instance. And I could have 3 room holders with 3 different time, for each time block there's a room holder. Because it'll only work with the room slots, right? Yeah. I'm thinking about something now. This could work. So I could have this time block. So I could just literally put the different time blocks on top of one another. So each of these room holders are essentially a new time block. So then instead of just accessing, any information straight, so I need to create time blocks, and within the time blocks we have all the different rooms that we've unlocked. But we visually have to overlay them so that they are now literally duplicate slots, right? Because a time block 1 slot will be distinct from a time block 2 and 3 slot. So this is... yeah, we just need to be... like, I don't want there to... this is a complicated situation here. So what will that mean for my code? That would mean that there are now more than 1 observation decks, for instance. So there will be 3 of each room type. Now, if we go to our waiting room, that would mean, like, just for instance, this observation room, this observation deck, there will be 3 of them now. There will be an observation deck for each of these time blocks. So 3 different observation decks. And depending on the time block we are in, that observation deck is either going to be active, inactive, right? Have somebody in it, not have somebody in it, etc. That makes sense. That makes sense. So then if a room or a slot inside a room, because obviously we have a room and then we have slots in the room, we'll have duplicate of those. Oh no. I can already feel that this is going to be a system and a half to build. How the hell did I get here? This is going to be incredibly complicated. So the more I think about this, the more it feels like a bad idea because of the amount of work it's going to take. Yeah, because, I mean, this is all fine, but you're going to need to have 3 types of observation decks. For instance, I mean, and that's just the observation deck. It's now going to have 3 variants, or at least each of these rooms are going to have to exist within a new thing, which is called a time block. Essentially. So in fact, what I made here, these are time blocks. So this is a time block. And these are the rooms, and I need duplicates of the rooms for each time block. And then when you are selecting which time block you want to work in, I need to show the different time blocks. It needs to get information from the preceding time block so that it knows whether or not the follow-up time block needs specific slots to be active or not. But these slots are going to have to be duplicated. They are going to be they're going to have to look like a new slot. And then that slot, yeah. So effectively, for each time block that exists, there will be an instance of each slot. And within those time blocks, the slots will either be active or not, depending on what happened to that slot during the preceding time block. Okay, so either I need to keep record within each slot. So this is kind of another thing I can do. I can either have a time block and then stuff within it, or each slot can keep track of its past and future self in some way. So I either need to keep time blocks, or I need to keep record within the slot itself of its past and future selves. So let's think about this. This is now an architecture problem. It sounds like a case for a dictionary that has a key as a time block and a value of a list of rooms which hold their own settings, and you can pass those blocks around. Yeah, that's one way we could do it. It depends on what I want to make a time block. How complicated I want to make a time block. So I'm just thinking about it in terms of like just passing the data around. Honestly, is less confusing to me, or less of a problem than is passing or working with the UI. Like I feel like the UI is my biggest problem. Because if you think about it, so what I essentially want, so this is a room holder, right? So this whole view, right? This whole thing with all the rooms, I essentially want, and maybe the storage room doesn't have to be there. I essentially want these rooms to be, I want, let's say I have 3 time blocks. That means I have 3 duplicates of these rooms, right? And I want to physically have you move the characters around for each time block. So if you think about it, so you click on, let's say I have a menu over here, time block 1, 2, and 3, right? If you click on time block 1, it should show you all of this stuff, and it should show you where any of the characters are for that time block. Then as soon as you click on time block 2, right, it should show you a new version of this without any of the characters assigned to any of the rooms, and then you could reassign them essentially. But it should know whether whether the slot is active, because I want to give the slot a recharge of 1 time block, for instance. So very easy way to think about this would say, let's just use this gym, the cardio equipment over here. So we are in time block 1. Cool. Time block 1, I put a character there. Great stuff. I click on time block 2. Okay. It overlays that time block and it crosses out this block or this slot. So it's like, okay, cool. Since you allocated somebody during time block 1 to this slot, that slot is now recharging. And then if I don't do anything else and I click on time block 3, that slot should be available again because it had a recharge slot. So I want all of that information communicated in the UI. So that makes me feel like I need to create this whole room, right, as 3 separate so 3 separate time blocks. So I literally duplicate this 3 times and I overlay them on top of one another. And that way, the first one, the first one obviously has all the things it has. So I effectively have duplicates of all the slots in the room. Well, yeah, I have duplicates of all the room slots. Yeah, so this is where it kind of gets a bit fuzzy for me. So like, do I want this slot to remember that the previous, so do I want like a variable or something in this slot that says I did actually have somebody in the previous time block? That means I should be chilling out in this time block, and that means the next one should be fine. Yeah, I shouldn't need duplicates of the UI. I agree. I should just be able to update all the values and the display, right? So they should just be able to display themselves differently. Right, yeah, I do agree with that. I think I agree with that. So I shouldn't need to... I can just update all the values here. So I just need a way to make the data work in the background. Yeah, so each time slot or time block or whatever you want to call it should have access to the next and previous and be able to check the values of the rooms in that value list. Yeah, like I so the next question would be, so since these slots, you remember when we made these slots? I don't know. These slots, yeah, I remember that. So a room slot, this is a room slot, right? So could I do that in here? I should be able to track that information inside the room slot itself. Do you think I should have a time slot manager, so a whole new class or a new script to do this? So you don't think the slot itself can keep track of its past, present, and future? I need to create... So let's think about how the slot actually works. We might have to change that. So, okay, so clicking the slot. Normally, okay, so that one doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say you have a selected character and you click on a slot. If the slot, so basically I want a, okay, that's fine. That's okay. Okay, so this is kind of where it gets interesting. So essentially what I do is I make the character change its slot, so the character itself knows which slot it's in, right? That's how it kind of works. So the character changes the current slot to whatever slot I just clicked on. Okay. Now the idea would be, Yeah. Okay. I think I'm understanding what you're saying. I just need to think about where I'm going to store the data. So actually, I think, and this is kind of something that is not clear. So the slot itself, actually, now looking at this again, the slot itself doesn't necessarily know anything about what is inside of it. I only add an icon to the slot. The slot doesn't actually know anything else. The character keeps track of where it is. So the character knows it is in a specific slot. So essentially, could this work? Could I Could I have the character? So I have a list of characters, right? Would it make sense if I had... So essentially what I want to do is I want to change the character slot each time. Oh, yes. So I think what we should do instead, and this is probably what you are talking about with the dictionaries. So instead of just changing the character slot right here, right, when we click on the slot, this is we do some of that, but technically what we are doing is we adding a character slot pair or whatever into a dictionary for the time block that we are in. And then when the game starts, I obviously have a timer running, and the timer is actually the thing changing the character slot, right? So after 15 seconds, it changes the character slot to physically put the character into the new slot. And we just need to... Okay, I guess I think I'm seeing why we need... Yeah, so initially what we do when we're clicking on slots is we're just telling it, okay, ideally I want at the start of the next wave, I want you to put this character inside this slot. Boom, it happens. And all we are doing when we are clicking on things maybe is we're moving around the icon because visually we need that feedback. So that still happens, right? In terms of change character slot, because that's one of the things we do is we just move around the icon. But we aren't actually changing the current slot for the character. We're just moving around an icon, and then with a timer, looking at a dictionary like your time block manager, like you said, that thing has a timer in it, and after an amount of seconds, it's like, okay, we are now going to time block 2, go through all the characters, see where they need to go now, and put them there. Don't let the character know about the slot. Yeah, so, I mean, this is just the way I did it. The only reason the character knows about the slot is because I want the character to take its icon and put it into the slot we just clicked. Right. It's the only thing. It doesn't actually need to change the current slot or anything like that. So the only thing it really needs to know is where to put the icon. That's the only reason I need that. Yeah, I could do that as well. Yeah, I could rewrite. You're right. I could totally rewrite this. It doesn't need to look like that at all. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you reckon we just start a new file? I think so. This is... Yeah, no, definitely. This is getting ridiculous. So let's go and grab ourselves a script folder. This is a UI script. Technically. Is this a UI script? Is it a manager? I mean, it's predominant. I mean, it's predominantly working in the UI, right? It's not like it's. I'm just gonna create it. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Okay, time block manager. We're sticking with UI time slot controller. No, it's not. It's a time block. We need to be careful. We already have slots. Slots are not related to time. There's a time block and a slot. Yeah, I like using manager though. I don't think I used controller anywhere yet. I always call the stuff managers. UI, okay. UI time block manager. I don't think it liked me renaming it just now. Let's see if I open it. If it works. Yeah, it didn't. Didn't keep the rename. Okay, so this is what we got. So essentially, we're going to have three, well, not necessarily three, right? I think I want to give, okay. So how's this going to work? So the first thing I think we need is, I'll just start off making the stuff private because, you know, so float, we just need a timer, right? We're gonna be timing things. Private float block time. Okay. So we have a block time and a timer, and the block time is going to be set to something, and I want there to be a way to change the block time potentially. And let's also do private int block amount. Okay, so that means there could be 5 time blocks of 5 seconds each, etc. Right, this is the type of things we're going to do. Right, block amount, and we could also int current block. Okay, something like that. Okay, timer is just gonna run, right? So plus equals delta time, and I guess we could have a start function just to make timer equals. Well, do we actually have to do this? I think it initializes at 0 anyway, right? I don't think we need to initialize anything at 0. Yeah, no, I don't think that's necessary. Okay, so we run a timer, and I guess something like this, right? So if our timer, wait, what's this thing doing? If our timer is greater than our block time, right, we do a couple of things. So we say current block. So we add to our current block. Okay. And we say timer equals 0. Right, so that's basically what the timer does. So it runs up the timer with delta time. If the timer is greater than the block time, even by a smidge, I guess we could do greater than equal to, just in case. So it's even more accurate. So if it's ever greater or equal to the block time, that means we can move on to the next block. So we increment our block. And our timer is equal to 0. Okay. We can also do, let's maybe have a public function here that says something like start next, next level. Okay, so this would be something that's called when the next level starts, right? So if you actually click that button to start the level, it'll know to start the timer, kick off everything, right? So when the next level starts, we want our timer to just be reset to 0 if for some reason it wasn't 0. We want our current block. Where do we start actually? I think we start at 1. Now let's start at 0 so that our indexing works better. So block 0 is the first block. I guess that's okay. So we just reset those two at least, right? So when you start the next level, you're back at block 1, or the first block, or the 0th block, the first element. I kind of don't like... I like thinking about it as block 1, 2, and 3. So I'm gonna call it block 1, 2, and 3, I think. And we can just at start also just make sure it is block 1, right? So when we start, it's block 1. When we start the next level, it's block 1, just in case. Although I could do this as well, right? Whatever, that's okay. All right, so these are some of the basic things that this thing needs to do. Now, to actually track the data, this is where it gets interesting. So how am I going to construct this? Let's go read all of this, guys. So he talked about a dictionary. I guess the dictionary with a key of current block, right? So you use the current block key. So let's see, dictionary. Int block map. Okay, so but this would be the current block that we use over there. What is the value gonna be? A room. A room list. Okay. I'm just thinking about this. Would that work? So if we get a list of rooms, so that'll give us all the rooms, and inside the rooms we can obviously access all of the so essentially we're going to make Yeah, I'm just thinking about what am I actually getting from a room. So a room will have a type, the visual elements, so we can actually get all the visual elements. And inside of the room, we should get the slots as well, so we can access the slots and update the data for the slots. So I guess inside the room, we're going to add some functionality to the room as well to accommodate this whole thing. Do we actually need the rooms though? I almost don't think. I almost don't think we need a room. I think we might just have to get all the slots, right? So the only thing the room actually does at the end, it holds slots pretty much. It does some other random stuff, but it basically holds slots. And it applies the effects that the room might have. Right, so that doesn't need to be... We only need something like if I think about it, we need a slot character. Tuple, let's say, right? It doesn't have to be. Yeah, I know you could ditch the slots. So the reason the room is still a thing, right? And the slots don't apply the effect directly. Is because I want to add more furniture to the room eventually. Right? For instance, You can upgrade a slot or you can add things to a room, right? So I was thinking ahead, maybe on accident. But if you remember the observation deck, for instance, so we have a slot. The slot represents the chair you sit on. And that chair can obviously be upgraded. But then eventually we want the room to have a vending machine in it, right? And that adds an additional benefit to being in the room, but that's a room upgrade. It doesn't affect the slot directly, it affects the room. So that's why the room applies the effect. It applies it based on the slot, definitely. And the slot is currently the main thing doing all the application and keeping track of the data. But the room eventually will also be able to enhance the slot in some way. You're saying I should still do a list of room? Okay, but let's think about this. So actually all I technically need to know is the slot and the character, right, on each phase. So let's think about it. Okay. So this is just a way of storing data, right? So let's think about this. So the dictionary is going to store data based on the time block. What data is really crucial? Do we need a whole room? Not necessarily. We just need to know all the slots. So we need to get all the slots and all the characters, right, in the slot. So we need to get a slot character pair. And essentially what we can do, so let's assume, okay, so let's just say this is one slot. So slot 1, slot 1, slot 1. But these are 3 different time blocks, right? So let's just assume we have one slot and we have 3 time blocks. And inside the time block, with that key, we get a slot character. Now, there might be a whole list of these. So there might be, this might be a list of slots and characters. But essentially, okay, so but let's just consider the first one, right? So we look at slot 1 in time block 1. And we're like, okay, cool, there's a character. And then we look at slot 2. Okay, well then we go to time block 2 and we still look at slot 1. So we go back and we look for slot 1 and we get it. And we're like, oh wait, there was a character there. That means this slot will be deactivated. And it shouldn't have a character. And then at time block 3, we can give it a character again. So all we have to do is on each time block, we look at our past to see if there was anything inside. If there was, that means that slot will be disabled for this one. So we change something within this slot, but we still get the slot, right? So we always have a list of all the potential slots because we need to go back and check, even if there wasn't a character in that slot. If we didn't add a character to that slot, that's fine. We should know information about the slot, which would be, well, did it have something attached to it previously? And obviously the slot itself knows about whether or not it has been unlocked and stuff like that. Right? So then, and then obviously we would run the code to add a character and remove a character and add a character, etc., etc. So okay, cool, man. Cheers. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. I might be able to make this work, but we'll see. I might also not be able to make this work. You're going to do a workout. Have fun. I need to do some of those. Cool, man. I'll do that. I'll figure this out eventually. There's a lot of context that I need to keep in my brain. And probably when I start writing, so I'm going to sit here and procrastinate and think about it for a while. And then eventually I'm going to be like, oh, this doesn't work. I need to do it this way instead, and etc. But that's fine. Okay. Go, man. Have a good workout, hey? All right, so let's see. If we keep, so for a time slot, we just keep the slot in the character, because all we want to do essentially is run at some point this piece of code right here. Where is this? Oh, I need to actually clean up my... So essentially what we want to do eventually is change the current slot of the character, right? Essentially. We want to do remove the character from the one slot and then add the new slot, right? What does current slot dot remove character actually do? It just sets it to empty. Okay, that doesn't do anything then. Add character adds a icon and make empty false. Okay. So that does it also. It just adds, so the slot itself actually has very little information about a character or anything. It just kind of puts an icon in it, and that's it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so will this work? So if we have the slot and the character, and we look for the slot in the previous time block to see if there was anything in it. Okay, do we have a list of all slots? I think I tried making a list of slots at one time for some reason, and I can't remember. We have a list of all the characters. Yeah, this is the list of room slots. Now, did I add all the room slots? Yeah, okay, so I do this type of thing. Okay, it's when I open the shop, I go through all the room slots and I show or hide the shop overlay. Okay, so that means I do add everything to the room slots. That includes the exchangeable rooms. So unlock selected room. Okay, so somewhere here. Level prep UI. Where do I add this thing to the room slots? Or maybe it's... No. Slots in room dot add. For each room slot in slots in room, we do this. Slots in room, that's just the list for a room, and then I don't add them directly. What the hell am I doing here? So how the hell do I get this list populated? I mean, it works. Where the hell is it now? Yeah, this room slots. So I create a new one. And then the shop is working, but when do I add them to this list? Unless I do it in the slot itself or in the room slot. Okay, I do. So when you register the slot, clicked level prep UI.room slots.add. Okay. So the room slots, so there's already a list in the level prep UI, which is all the slots that I have. Okay, so that's not bad. So maybe we do a serialized field, private, level rep UI. Okay, so we can just get the level prep UI. And now that kind of means we can get a list of all the slots. Right, now the slot itself doesn't necessarily know which character it has, but now I can have a list of slots at least. So what we can build here is for each time block, I guess we can add, would it be a list of a So let's think about this. So if I make a list of, I can create a tuple here, I guess. And what it will have is a room slot. Room slot and a character. So this would be level prep UI dot character. Right. Did I miss? Okay. So it's a list with this tuple in it. So it's going to look like that with slots and characters, right? Okay. And we'll call this dictionary my time block dictionary. Okay. So the first thing we should do then, so on start, we'll obviously create a time block dictionary equals new. Okay, so we just create that dictionary. And then we kind of want to start to populate this at least partially, I would say. So on start, we want to do something like for each. So let's think about this. No, wait. We want to do for, int I, time block dictionary dot count. I don't think so. I think it's block amount, right? So we'll have some block amount, which is an integer. So we start at 0. Yeah, okay. So for each block, we want to add a new entry to our time block dictionary. Right? Yes. Okay, then we go for each. Now we go into our level prep UI. No, not like that. Level, come on. Prep UI dot room slots. So we just get our list of all the room slots. Oh wait, I'm doing this wrong. So for each room slot in level prep UI dot room slots. Yeah, that's why it was fighting me. Okay, so for each room slot, now we need to create. Okay, wait, we need to create a new list. So we need to do time block dictionary I equals new, right? So that is a new list of that type. Okay, so we create a new list, and then for each room slot, we need to do time block dictionary. So, oh wait, is this gonna work? No, I don't think so. Now we can't do a for each. We need to do a for. We kind of have to do something like this, right? But this is gonna be a J. And this is gonna be level prep UI dot room slots dot count, right? We want to go through all our room slots, so we just need the amount of room slots that we need to go through. That seems better. Now we get, that is our list, and then in our list we say dot add. Okay, what do we add? We add a new tuple. Okay. Right, because that's what's in our list. So it's a tuple of that kind. And we construct it. So what do we want to put in there? So we need a room slot. So we're going to go level prep UI dot room slots element J. We put in the room slot, and for now I guess we just make it null. Right? Does that make sense? So all my brackets closed. Okay, so this would effectively go to our first time block and add a tuple with the room slot, so the current room slot that we are. So we go through all the room slots that exist, and we add them all to this tuple with a character of null. So that's just on start, right? Because we just want it blank, right? So we want a bunch of blank ones. Okay, so that's fine. Now it's initialized. Okay, so that's on start. So now we got this dictionary, and it's all good. Now we need to think about what we want to do for each time block. Okay. So maybe we do three types of, so maybe we do public void show time block 1. Okay, now this, I can already tell this is going to be a problem. So what if we just say show time block and we do int block, let's just call it block number, right? So we need to pass in which block do we want to actually show. So the block number would basically be the this I, right, in our dictionary. Okay. So what do we want to do when we show a block, right? We kind of want to go through every single room slot, check the preceding block to see whether or not that room slot was occupied. Okay. Okay, and when you show time block, Okay, so private int current viewed block. So maybe we store that somewhere so we can see which block are we looking at. Right. So let's say when you show a time block, you do current viewed block equals block number, right? So that's the first thing. So just keep that. I don't know if we're going to need this, but I feel like we might. So now at least we know which UI is showing, right? Okay. So we need to update every single element on that UI to be, well, depending on what the preceding time block had. Okay, so let's think about that. So we kind of want to go through our list here, do something like this. So we want to do a for each do we want to go through our room slots? No, we want to go through the tuple, right? We want to go through this tuple. In time block dictionary, current viewed block. Right, so we want to try and show something. Right, so we go through all these tuples in our time block dictionary. This is just to show the view. Okay, so what we can do is tuple dot item 1, which is our room slot, right? Yeah. Okay, but let's think about this. So what we want to do here is basically check if the character for the preceding okay, this is not going to work actually. We can't do a for each. We need to do a for loop. Yeah. So we need to do this for loop again, right? Yep. Okay, we can make this I again. Okay. So we go through, we increment across the amount of rooms, right? Because we need an index. So then we can say if the previous time block. Okay, so what we can do, first of all, we can say if current blocks equal to 1, we do something, and then otherwise we do something else, right? So if the current blocks equal to 1, we do something, else we can do something slightly different. And I'm doing the slightly different version first in this case. Why is this thing being so stupid? Okay, so we loop through this and we go if our time block dictionary, so we need to go to the preceding, so we go block number, or we can do current viewed block -1, right? So we know we can go back. Okay, so we go to our previous block, and then we do, so we get our previous block, and then inside the block we want the first element. Well, okay, now let's think about this. So this returns a tuple, a list of tuple. So we need to put an index here. So we can do the index 1 dot item 2 item 2 equals null. Right, so essentially what we do here is this is the character, right? So we check if in the previous block the character was null. And if that's the case, we what we want to do, we want to make this slot should be available, right? Okay, we could also do another one where we say it's not equal to 1, should be unavailable. So show time block. Okay, so basically what we need to think about is how do you want to depict a block being available or unavailable in a specific time block, right? So what I think we should do is we should let the slot itself, based on this criteria, we can run. So we can easily get the second item, right? So we can, yes. So we can just do time block dictionary, current viewed block, right? So not the preceding block, but the current viewed block. We go to we do item 1, right? That now is the room slot, right? And then we might just do something like make it unavailable for certain time block. So dot make so slot room slot dot unavailable time block, right? So maybe we put a function that does something like that, unavailable time block function, and then over here, and then we can just do a continue, right? Which basically just means we go to the next one. If we don't do that, then we can check this as well. If it is equal to null, we don't have to do this check again, I guess. But what we can do then is just make available time block. So that just kind of resets it, right? Okay. So all this does is it just shows the time block based on the information that we had prior. Okay. Now, if it's the first time block, then that means we need to go to the previous wave. Right. So we kind of do the same thing. Right. So it's essentially going to be the same thing, but instead of we need to go to the last block. So could we do current time block dictionary? Well, actually, no, we go to block amount. Right, so that'll be 5 blocks. We can't, so maybe block amount -1. So we go to the last time block. So this would be obviously the information from the previous round's time block. That's an interesting one, though. I don't know if that's going to work, but the idea would be... So let's just do like a comment here, get data from previous level final time block. Okay, I'm gonna go get some coffee, go to the restroom, and then I'll be right back. Whoops, I switched off the wrong thing. I need to do that, and see you in 2 minutes. Hello? Anybody there? I have returned. Okay. Let's go. Okay, so we need to get a previous time block. Okay, so before we go too far, maybe let's quickly go add these time blocks. So I guess they'll be inside of this, right? So for now, I believe just making these, like making a few buttons should be sufficient, maybe. Right? So time block 1, 2, and 3, maybe that's okay. Yeah. I don't know how long I want to make the rounds. I don't know how I want to actually do. I don't know a lot of things. Yes, it's kind of annoying. It's annoying that I don't know a lot of things, right? This is like, should I build it for expandability or should I try and... So I could make a drop down, right? So imagine we put a drop down in here and we maybe not put it there, but like there. Okay. I mean, it looks absolutely terrible, but anyway. We have the power to fix this. Okay, but we make this our time block, right? We give it a name like that, and our choices. What are these? These are block 1. I don't know. I don't know what these choices represent. Okay, so that's one way we can do it. Can we access this? So that's the other problem. What is a fold out? Ooh, we could make it a toggle button. What does a toggle button group do actually? Let's drag that in there. Group has no buttons. Okay, so then we just add toggle buttons into the group. Oh, interesting. So now there's a toggle button. Interesting. So I feel like a drop-down menu is probably more expandable. Like if I want you to be able to have multiple time blocks, right? So if this is 1, 2... So I'm assuming I can add more choices, potentially. I don't know. Okay. So, but there's the drop-down field. Things are a little bit wonky, I feel like. Okay, so it says time block. If I change color, I think that changes the text color. That's good. Let's make it bold. Let's make it thick. Something like that. Okay, then we got our... Okay, so it looks bad. It can look bad for a bit, okay? It can look bad for a bit. Just... chill out for a minute. Okay, so let's see if we can't make these things arrange themselves a little bit better. Well, I guess that is kind of how they're going to arrange themselves. I just need to make this guy over here, or this one over here, a bit bigger. Alright. This one... I wonder what happens if I just drew. It's okay, right? It's okay. So we have that, and I think a drop down is going to work fine. Okay, so how do we actually use this drop down field? So let's call it time. Give it a name. Ooh. Block. Drop down. So we go here, we go back to our code. So let's see we should have a reference to this thing. Private. What is this thing? A drop down field, right? Oh no, what the hell did I just do? Okay, don't press Control B. Time block drop down. Okay, so there we have it as a drop down field. Now we need to get it. Do we have a root exposed? So let's see. Okay, root is not quite exposed. Our main container is, so we should be able to get it from there. Wait, no, is it? Main container is private. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yes, I built the app. I didn't know that was what I'm gonna do. I actually don't know what happened. What happens when you build a Unity app? I guess it just gave me errors, right? That's pretty much what I would expect it to do. Okay, we can make this main container public, I guess. It's fine. Let's just do a get private set over there so we can't change the main container, but we can use it. So then we can do this, and then at start we can do something like time block drop down equals level prep UI dot main container dot q. We want the drop down field, and the name is just that, actually. Yeah. Bam. Okay, now at least we have a reference to it. Now, I don't know what you can do with a drop-down field, right? So let's see. Time the drop-down picking mode. What does that mean? Determines if the element can be picked during mouse events or iPanel.pick queries. Don't understand that at all. Okay, parent panel. Okay. What other attribute? Okay, we can change the name. That's an easy one. Language label. So if I look at this in the, okay, so this is our drop down. Right, this is a drop down field, isn't it? Yes, it's a drop down field. So that's the name. Okay, but how do I, for instance, choices, is that the attribute? So let's see if I try to just do drop down choices. What does that return? Is this just a list? It's a string list. Okay. So can I do choices.add and then just, if I just tell it to add a test block choice, right, and I run this, I should see a test block option as well. Right? Okay, none of these other things do anything, so let's go add this. Let's go add it to our level prep UI. So we add a component time block manager, and we just give it the level prep UI so that it works. Okay, so I just want to, this is just exploratory. I want to try and figure out how this thing works. If we can just add a choice like that. That's an interesting little block thing that I have up there. Where did that come from? That's new. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, we can. We can totally do that. So we can... Oh, okay. And this thing jumps all around as you click on the different choices. Okay. Interesting. Yo, this guy. You're already back. Ah, that was a quick workout. Yeah, so I just got this going. Well, I wanted to understand how the UI is going to work with this. So it seems like this would kind of be good. I don't like how it looks or how it's... Oh, you're on the treadmill watching the stream on the phone or something. Okay, but adding new ones are not that bad. Now, what happens when you select this? I'm assuming that as soon as I click on one, there's some kind of an event that I can listen to. I'm assuming. Right? There should be. So how does that work? So if we do test block, not test, what am I doing? Time block drop down dot. It's not register callback, is it? That doesn't make any sense. Wait. You wanted based viewers. You're not on a treadmill. What are you on? What kind of workout are you doing? You're in the weight section. Now you're doing bench press. Bench press while watching the stream. Good job. Okay, so I'm assuming it's not register callback, right? There should be... So what I should probably do is I should do the documentation. So we can see drop down field. Well, actually, what does Alt O do? Alt O. Oh, it opens it over here. Oh, okay. Okay, this is just GitHub examples. Oh, look at that. There is a register value changed callback on drop down value changed. Aha. Okay. So we want to do time block drop down dot register value changed callback. Okay, now what do we do here? Do we just... Okay, so it'll be a type of string. Okay, so it'll give me a string. Does that mean I need to work with strings? Well, that's unfortunate. Is there a different type of UI element that I can use that's like a drop down, but it uses... So there's the enum one, I guess. Yeah. I don't want to use enums either. I don't think. Strings are not the end of the world, but they kind of are. It's kind of, it's kind of the end of the world. Let's be honest. Well, I can see it returns a string here. Right, this. Okay, so we should, okay. So it's not going to be show block. Okay, so let's do something like private void drop down all back. It takes a string of value. Can I? Okay, so let's see. So I can do drop down callback, right? It should be happy with that. No, it's not. So it needs a string value. Well, can I just do callback? I don't actually know. Event dot value, you say. EVT dot. Okay, what if I check this out? What if I take that out? Does that work? Okay, no. So that it doesn't like that either. Show potential fixes. Let's go. Change event string EVT. Okay. So we need to add here a change event of type string, and then we get event, right? And if we do EVT dot value, previous value, new value, I guess. So okay, let's do this. Debug.log. It's fine. I can kind of understand what this thing is trying to do. This is the previous value plus EVT dot previous value dot to. That should just be a string already, right? Yeah, this does. Okay, so I think I understand what this thing is doing. And then we can do new value. And if we just do new value there, I just want to see what's happening here. Drop down fee, my drop down Q. Okay, yeah, did that. Register value change, callback V. Oh yeah, I forgot you could do those. What's that, lambda function or something? Yeah. Well, I essentially got there, right? So I just needed to figure out the syntax. So it needs to have a function, yeah. But I know. What's the other way we could do this? So you could do time block drop down dot register. So you did something like this. No. Then you do a lambda type thing. right? So that's also a thing you can do. So what is V now? Oh, V is the... Okay. Okay, that's pretty neat. So that is the change event string. So what I can do now is I can do V dot new value and previous value. Okay. That's pretty cool. So it's kind of like passing this change event string into a lambda function, essentially, right? But I did it like this, which means it's defined over here, but it's still getting... I just called it EVT in this case, but it's essentially that EVT and that V is now essentially the same thing. Okay, that's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. Okay, but this to me, it's easier to read, and this is the way I've been doing it. Okay, so essentially we have original callback. It returns some value, and we need to make sure that that thing can capture it, right? Okay, but this is fine. So we get our new, and so technically what we should be able to do now, I should be able to go and click on this thing and see it print out previous value and new value once it finishes compiling. So let's just go play with it. And see. Also, don't know what that is. Okay, so I'm going to click on... Oh, was a bit weird just there. Why is it? Okay, I click on 1. Previous value, nothing. New value, 1. New value, 2. Previous value, 1. Previous value, 2. New value, test block. Wow, fantastic. Okay, so with that in mind, we can now do things with this. Okay, so here's my... Okay, so the first thing we need to figure out is how do we get this string to become a block number, right? Because that's technically what I want it to be. Not a string, because the show time block is technically what I want to call. Is there a function that just takes... let's actually see. So EVT, if we do EVT.newValue dot to int. I know we could also do this type of thing, right? Int. It doesn't like... What does it say? Populate the drop-down with an enum. Then we could also just do an enum drop-down from the start, right? Because there is a type of drop-down that just works with an enum from the beginning. Yeah, I thought about the enum. So then we don't work with block numbers anymore that are integers. We work with an enum block number, essentially, right? So we do a public enum block number. And it's either none, I guess that's a block number. 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. It's not happy. It's not happy. Why? Oh, okay. These are values. Oh, yes. So it doesn't like that. Identify expected. Yeah, because I remember now. Okay, so it's. You might just want to format the string OTW in and then back OTW out. What does OTW mean? I don't know your slang. Okay, maybe the block number enum isn't gonna work so lacquer. On the way. Oh. There is a way. I mean, all strings have a integer value, right? Or a character, right? If I understand that correctly, so you can do how to get int value of char in C#, right? Okay, I know everything is technically just a value. It's not anything else, right? Char.get numeric value. Uh-huh. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm going down some kind of a rabbit hole. Okay, so we have a char, we have system in32. Int a equals 1, 2, 3. Okay. What is a string? A string is not a type. So it must just be a list of... Oh wait. There's a string. What is a string? So it's just a list of characters, essentially. So technically, let's think about this. So if I take the string, so I'm just playing around. evt.new value, which should be a string dot. Okay, no, that doesn't work. If I access an index 0. What does that do? So if I understand this correctly, this is going to return a character. Right, and now if I take the character and I cast it to an integer, which I should be able to do because a character has an integer value. This should work. Now let's go see. So this is going to be the new value. Let's go see what this does actually when I click around. I think this is exactly what I want. So we want to get the string because it's a string, but it's going to be a number, right? Because it's going to be a string with one character. The character is an integer, and I do believe that in ASCII the integer value of it might not be the integer value of a specific digit is the same, but it might not be. It might be off by something. So let's see. If I click, yeah, it's 49. 49 and 50. Okay, so it's off by, okay, that was a T, but it got me the integer value. So the integer 1 has a ASCII value of 49, right? That's how I understand this. ASCII table, let's see. ASCII table, just like it. So 0 is null, okay. 49 is the integer 1. Okay, that's perfect. So what we can do is we can just subtract 49 or 48. We subtract 48, right, if we want to start at 0. So if I do this, if I do minus 48, then I just have the integer value. It's not complicated. This makes sense to me, right? All this does is it takes the character, makes the character an int, right? And then I can just use integers for block numbers. Right, because if I cast the character 1 to an integer, it gives me the ASCII value, which would be 49. I subtract 48 to make it a 1, right? Because 48 is the ASCII character value for 0. Right, so this should work out for numbers, right? Obviously, it's not going to work for anything else. But this returns an integer. So now if I have the show, now I can just do this where I have 1 and 2 and I can do it like that. I don't need to work with and I can increment and all that good stuff. So everything just works out. I can increment, I can decrement, I can subtract 1 if I want to go to the previous block, add 1 if I want to go to the next block. It all works out. Now the next thing. Okay, so that's fine. So if we show the block, we basically want to do show. So we can do int block number equals this thing, right? And then we can just do show time block with the block number, right? So we do a little conversion there. It's okay. Right, so it'll get the block number and it will do something depending on the block number that we got. Okay, we should take out the test block, I guess, because block numbers should never be anything weird. But now we can add the test block. And we should just be able to add new choices whenever we want. We don't need to keep a list of choices. We can just add another choice if we need. Okay, so let's see. So if it's block 1, okay, so we do the block number, that's fine. We can actually still do this. Okay, so this at least gives us a way to get into this function. So now we are here. We are now calling this function for the different block numbers that it needs to show. Okay, so what I was thinking is we should make the slot itself show something. Okay, this is also not gonna work if it's... Okay. So this is okay, this is okay. This is okay. So let's go think about the slot again. So a room slot, I now wanted to have some kind of a overlay that essentially makes it unavailable. So similar to how I made the X, but I think I want to make this even more unavailable. Oh, you know, actually what could also be interesting is if we make the shop almost its own thing. Huh. That could have been interesting. But I didn't think about that. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so we want to make a overlay. So let's just make this private. Ooh, yes, like it. What the hell? Private visual element. This is the unavailable overlay, right? So just put something over top. Okay, and we do unavailable overlay, new, add, unavailable overlay. And we do unavailable overlay dot add to class list. We're gonna call this the slot typing is hard. Slot unavailable overlay. Okay, something like that, right? So we have a class that we do. Okay, so save that, it'll compile. Now all my slots should have this new thing that's going to be broken, right? Essentially, effectively first, it's going to be broken. Do I miss playing the game? Yes. Yes, I miss it very much. Since I started with the UI, it's a real struggle, eh? It's a real struggle. Okay. Let's add this to our room. Okay, so our slot unavailable overlay. So let's just check a slot. So if we click on a slot, it should now have... okay, so it's a slot. Yeah, okay, so it has a visual element right at the bottom, which is not what I want. So let's go. Slot unavailable overlay. We want it absolute. We want to put it across everything. What else do we want this thing to have? It should have I guess a radius at least for the border. And then it should have a color. It's probably going to have a nice picture, right? Of something. Maybe, yeah. Okay, these are just crosshairs or radicals or whatever you want to call them. This looks like some lips. It's a lip crosshair. Ugh, I'm gonna have to change all this stuff. Everything looks so bad. I mean, if I'm gonna have to change it anyway, I might as well just put whatever I want on this, eh? Let's put something interesting on there. A wicker rug. Maybe not that interesting. Some trees. Yeah, that's actually quite interesting how it actually works. I didn't think it would. Oh. That's cool. I'm just procrastinating right now, hey? This is peak procrastination, just clicking on random things. I feel like I've done enough UI for a day. But I'll finish this at least. Still have some time left. Let's just put a wall texture there. There we go. There's our wall. Okay. It should also... I don't know. Yeah, let's let it scale and crop. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, there we go. We got a wall texture. So there's our wall when you can't put a character there. Okay, that makes sense to me. There's our wall. Okay, fantastic. Does our wall need to have a radius? Nah, I don't think so. Okay. That's perfect, actually. That is actually perfect. Okay. And we can just do a display thing like this. Yeah, we can just switch on display if we need to show or hide the wall. Correct? I think correct. Okay, cool. So we got our our nice unavailable overlay. So essentially what I want to do here is make a public void. Something like make you know, what did I call this? I actually did call this something. Unavailable time block. I guess unavailable time block. Okay. And essentially what I want to do here is take this unavailable overlay dot style dot display dot none. This should be display dot flex, right? And then I want to kind of have a function to do the opposite. Make a available time block, and when it's available, this thing goes away. Okay, something very straightforward like that. Okay, and then our manager essentially is gonna do that, right? So we go like this. Something like that. Okay. So essentially, all of them should be available regardless of what time block I select, because I initialized these time blocks to have no character selected by default, which is obviously correct, but it should check after the first wave, obviously. Okay, but let's just see if this works. We might want it to do other things as well. Okay, yeah, we are going to refactor a lot of stuff here. But anyway, it's okay. So if current block is equal to 1, that's the only one that's a bit odd. We go block amount -1. So how many blocks do we have? What is the block amount set to? Because we do all these loopings through the block amount, but we don't actually know how many blocks we have. Could we do could we do block amount equals time block drop down dot choices dot count? Right, so depending on the amount of choices, we would update our block amount. Okay. So that's something we should obviously do on the fly if we ever add new blocks, but for now we don't actually. So It's not a problem. What else do we need to think about here? Well, let's just see if they show and hide first. There's a bunch of functionality still required. But if at least I can get the walls to appear, that's kind of nice. Let's go. Okay, we got walls. Okay, we have walls because it obviously starts shown because I haven't selected anything. But if I select time block 1, it gives me an error. Argument out of range exception index. Okay, let's go see. Current viewed block -1. Okay, so current view block. I clicked on. Oh, geez. Okay, wait, I did the wrong thing here. This must be current viewed block, not current block. Oopsie daisies. Oopsie daisies. Okay, let's try that again. Current block is to keep track of the application of the effects. Current viewed block is specifically for our UI. Right, let's try this again. Okay, time block. So if I click on 1, it still does this. Okay, so it goes to the time block dictionary. Did I forget to create a time block dictionary? No, I did not. So I create a time block dictionary based on the block amount. So that's good. So we have a time block dictionary. So that's not a problem. So where exactly... I guess it's this current viewed block -1. Is it? I mean, if we are in... Okay. I passed in a 3. Is it the list? Oh, maybe it's the list. It's not actually the... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's that. We did create them over here. We created a new tuple and we added it to the list. We added a new tuple over there, set it to null with the correct index. Okay. I only suspect it's this. Current viewed block -1. It goes to where? That shouldn't be a problem though, right? If a current viewed block is just some number. So what if I do this? So if I do debug not log print current viewed block, right? It should just print a 1. So let's just get rid of this. Okay. So it should print a 1 or a... Okay, let's try something here. It might be that it's coming by somehow. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so this thing, if you click on it, there's clearly... Okay, so let's click on 1. It shouldn't do anything, which is what I expected. Right? If I click on 2, does it actually get to... Yeah, okay. So 2 and 3 does... So it does return... So it does print that. Okay, so that's not the issue. Wait, this is happening on... Doesn't actually tell me. Parameter name index. I mean... I'm assuming it's this. Oh, what is this nonsense? If time block dictionary. Block amount -1. Okay, let's get rid of... Okay, let's do this. And this. Okay, so we can get the block amount. So can we get debug? So does this work? Debug.log. If I ask it to return me this element in the dictionary, is that a problem? So now it's going to go time block dictionary current viewed block -1. So I want to get the previous block, the block that would have come before this. So like if I click on block 1 or block 2, I want to see block 1's information. Or I want to get block 1's information. Right? So let's just test that. I want to test this little by little. Unity be compiling forever. I'm thinking this is already the problem. So if I click on 3, so it actually doesn't care. Okay, so it did this quite a few times. Did I put it inside of a loop? Yes, I did. Okay. I did it inside of the loop. Okay. So we were able to get each time the time block for the previous one. I clicked on 3 and it returned a tuple element 2, I suspect that's what that means. So let's click on 2. Okay, I clicked on 2. Okay, so it looks exactly the same, so I can't really tell. But I did go through it, and it got a tuple with 2 elements, a room slot, and a level prep UI character. Now, if I click on 1, it shouldn't do anything because I didn't connect it. So that's not the problem. So getting this list with the tuple inside is not the issue. It can get the list, no problem. Can it get an element inside of the list? So can it grab the ith element? So that's the next question. It cannot. So on the first attempt to get element number 0, I guess it fails. Why? Did I not create a list? No. This is where I create a new list. And then I add at each of these elements a new tuple. And I give it a room slot and a null. But as soon as I ask it to return to me element 0, which is what it is asking here. I mean, I can also do debug.log. And I can just log I. Right, but it should just log 0, right, for the first one. Because I starts at 0. So why, when I try to get... So this returns a list. But then if I try to get the first element in the list, it just says, sorry, but that's not allowed. Must be non-negative and less than the size of the collection. Does the... So all I'm thinking is I'm not initializing my time block dictionary correctly. That's the only thing I can think of. This is probably where knowing how to use the debugger is not a bad idea. What happens if I just do that? Probably bad stuff. Let's see. Yeah, if I could use the debugger, I could check if the time block dictionary is even a thing. I do create a new one, so it should exist. The block amount should be equals to the amount of choices, and there should be 3. So it should be looping through this. So through each time block. No, this works. Yeah, we know this works. And in each of those, there should be a list. Right? And that makes sense because we have a key and a list. And I create a new list of this, and then I create the new tuples to put inside the list. Yeah, so all of this should work. I mean, I believe it should work. Okay, so it has a dictionary with a list inside it, and the list has a tuple with a room slot and a character. So it seems like all the things inside the dictionary, or the dictionary exists. But then when I click on any of these, when I go to the 0th element in that list, it tells me that that's not possible. Do I... Okay. Can I go to the first element, the 0 plus 1 element? What line is the error? That one? Yep. Keeps bringing me back to here. Yeah, and as far as I can understand, the error is I'm trying to index into a list at a index was out of range error. So that means that the index I give it doesn't exist. Or, yeah. Like, I understand this fundamentally, right? If I have a list of 5 elements and I try to access the 10th element, it's going to give me... It'll tell me the problem. Go up to the dictionary. Okay. You mean over here? You already know the problem. So this is basically everything. That's the dictionary definition. And this is where I add the elements to the list. So each, maybe it doesn't do this. No, it should. It should get a count for all the room slots. Unless it doesn't. Oh, wait a minute. It might actually not. Okay. I think I know the problem. So room slots.count, it might just be empty when this start occurs. Ah, crying out loud. That is probably what's happening. So I'm looking for all the room slots in my level prep, but it's probably still an empty list because I do it on start. And if you see, like, the rooms have to populate. So we can go to our waiting room. So right here, there's a for each loop that, no. It's not there. Well, no, it is there. Add slot data. No, register slot click. So when we register that, I additionally do a... How do I do this? I do it in the room slot. So register slot click. Then I add slot to this list. Yep. But this happens probably way down the road. So when I run this piece of code, it is actually the case that there is nothing there. Okay, so it's an empty list. So we should do this later. Okay, so this is a problem that I have. Like, how do I let it know to do this later? Do I... yeah, trigger it when I open the UI. Yeah, that makes sense. So somewhere here I have a show UI. So I should do something like... I guess it's okay if it does that. Yeah. Like, but then every time I show the UI, it will do that, right? Essentially, which is not necessarily bad, but meh. Yeah. So what I can do is, so I can make my time block. I could create a function here, right? So I need to do this, right? So it needs to be a public void init time blocks, right? And then what I do is I do this. Whoops, doopsies. Okay, so something like that. That is where I go through our blocks and I make sure this dictionary is nice and created and filled and all that stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's also true. So, inner time blocks. This stuff is probably okay for now. Okay, this is just me testing stuff, but I'll just leave that for now. Yeah, that's true. We might upgrade or change stuff or whatever. Then we do have to reinitialize this thing because there might be an additional time block, which means we need to add a whole new element to that dictionary because the block amount changed. I mean, you could do it differently. We don't have to initialize it with everything. But, I mean, it's UI. It's not going to be... It's not like we're reinitializing this whole thing, creating this dictionary with the list of a tuple, of a character, of a whatever, every frame, right? We just do this once in a while when you click on the UI. So it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so but that means our level prep UI... needs to have a reference to this thing. This piece of this file is getting ridiculous. You know what? Maybe we don't even need a reference for this thing. We could just do @show. Well, we might need a reference. I don't know what else I want to do with this. Maybe there needs to be a reference. Or maybe I start with no reference, then I add a reference when I need it. Yeah, maybe that's what I do. Okay, so we do GameObject.get component of type UI time block manager dot init time blocks. Boom. So every time we show it, it will initialize and everything will be fine. And I am so ready for this to work that I'm just going to get rid of all these comments because I know my code is going to work 100%. Let's go see. Okay, reload. Probably don't need this, or this, or this, or this. I could probably make this a separate function so I don't have to do that, but it's okay. Okay, come on. Oh, yeah, okay. Now it's recompiling because I deleted the comments. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, we go here. So now it should have created the list. So if I click on 2, it's like, yo! Ah, that's fantastic. Okay, so time block 2, everything is still available. Time block 1, everything is available. Time block 3, everything is it's broken. Oh, no, wait, why? Wait, why did 3 break? The given key 3 was not present in the dictionary. Oh, okay. This is now the thing with the... I like to think about the time blocks as 1, 2, and 3, but it's technically... Okay, yeah, so the current viewed block, I need to do... Okay, block number. Okay, so I can either go block number. So when I change it from a string, if I subtract 49 instead of 48, that'll basically fix it because now the block number is going to be 1 less than the integer value that I can see. So I might see, yeah, and then the block numbers will be 0, 1, 2, etc. Yeah, okay, so we can do current block equals 0 then, and so we're working with 0, 1, and 2, and not, yeah, since we're using that number to reference lists and stuff like that, so that would be better. Okay, so that would mean that even if I select a 1, it'll convert that character into a 0. And everything should work from there. My greatness. Okay, if this works, I'm out of here. Let's have a go. Okay, time block 1. Oh my word, now it's using a -1? No man, why? Oh, because, okay. It skipped over this, and then it went here, and it tried to go to index of -1. Really? 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 Are we gonna do this? Is this what we're gonna do? Please compile faster. I see there's a random toggle button here somewhere. I added a toggle button in there. Can't remember why or how it got there, but there's a toggle right there for some reason. Why? Anyway, okay, so 1, that works. 2 works. 3 works. Why is it so finicky sometimes? Like, look at that. And that's a Unity thing. That's not me. I couldn't have affected that. Okay, we can unlock these, and now I can access the shop for unlocking things. Okay. I can click and drag characters. Okay. Yeah, so we need to unlock things first before we can put any characters anywhere. Yeah, there we go. Right, so now we need to change this behavior so that would essentially be what it looks like for me. So me as the player looks at this and be like, okay, cool. So this is time block 1, and I added a character there, there, and there. Then I click here, go to time block 2. They should basically be kicked out because these 3 blocks now are not available. They are on cooldown, right? And then I can put them back in places where I would like them. And then I go to time block 3 and I do the same thing. This guy shouldn't be moved, right? The guy you want to play the level with, he stays there. He doesn't go in and out. These guys go in and out. They're going to move around. Okay, that is either tomorrow's or later today's problem, if I feel like it. But yeah, I'm kind of happy. This obviously looks ugly. We'll fix that in the future. But I'm thinking this is working at least. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today and helping me through this. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. Or it might have taken me a little bit longer, let's say. But yeah, have a good day, a good evening, a good afternoon, whatever you have left. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.